Check. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened, guys. Windows sucks dick. I'm not even gonna spend any time qualifying that they exist. I just wish that they die. That's all.
Let me tell you, players did not like that. And that was really the moment we realized that our fans don't want to play our games. They want to live in the worlds we create. That means their experiences never end, and the content, whatever it is, works together as seamlessly as we can make it. It was at this point that Bethesda would begin to change their formula. They misunderstood player feedback as, we want games that last forever. Then, in 2011, we got the legendary game that is Skyrim. This game far surpassed all of...
I'm sorry, guys. I can't do anything about Windows just changing my sound driver without my permission. Let's all hope that they get prosecuted. Let's all hope.
And is genuinely revered as one of the greatest video games of all time. Not to sound like a broken record, but it was just another step up from Oblivion and Fallout 3. Visually, at least. It felt sleeker, it was more user-friendly, the dungeons were even more unique, and the world was packed full of things to find. The entire map, once again, was handcrafted, with point of interest manually placed. Now, you might expect me just to say that Skyrim was perfect and move on, but it was actually the first game where problems began to crop up. Skyrim was the first game to introduce the Radiant quests. Now, the game had over 200 handwritten quests already, but players had the option to take part in Radiant quests as well. Players could go to a tavern and ask for work. The bartender would then say a generic line like, the Jarl left this bounty, and the game would generate a random objective. Go here and get this, go there and kill that. And once you finished it, you could go and get another right afterwards. It never ended. All of the faction quest lines offered these type of quests. Now, it's important to note the Radiant side quests made up about 3 to 5% of Skyrim. The game itself was packed with handcrafted content, and this was just a bonus for players who had cleared the map. It was not a negative, but just a little extra. This game also took off with one of the most successful modding communities of all time, with over 70,000 mods released since the game came out. The game's success was both a good thing and a bad thing. On one hand, Bethesda knew their formula still worked, but on the other, Skyrim was so much more successful than any of the previous games, and it never expired. Oblivion calmed down. Fallout 3 saw its player count drop, but Skyrim stayed relevant and is still relevant today. Was it just because it was a great game, or it came out at the right time, or was it because of the player? Bethesda certainly felt like it was the latter. Fast forward to 2015 and Fallout 4 dropped. It followed the same Bethesda formula of a handcrafted open world and it sold well, but something was a little off. Bethesda had added Radiant quests, but a lot of them in Skyrim. Whereas Skyrim's quests were about 3 to 5% Radiant, Fallout 4's number was more like 30 to 40%. The Brotherhood of Steel? Radiant quests. The Railway? Radiant quests. The Minutemen? Oh, the bloody Minutemen. They were so radiant that there are even memes about how Preston always says another settlement needs your help. Randomly generated objectives with no real storyline were no longer just a feature, they were the main draw. The game also introduced settlement building, where players could build bases, and it wasn't just a little add-on. It made up a huge chunk of the content. Bethesda still had enough of their original formula to make fans happy, but their over-reliance on Radiant side quests and never-ending content watered down a lot of the quality, opting instead for quantity. As a result, this was the first game that really divided fans, with a user score of 7 out of 10. The writing felt subpar, and rather than deep, well-written side quests with branching storylines, Bethesda gave fans never-ending fetch quests. Their obsession to make never-ending content was only just beginning, as next we got Starfield. 5% of Skyrim's content was Radiant. Fallout 4, around 30%. Starfield was almost entirely Radiant. The planets were procedurally generated and they never ended. The dungeons were drawn from a small bank, then placed randomly on planets, leading to repetitiveness. And the quests? My word, most of Starfield's questing was Radiant, from planet scanning to bounties, all the way to ship flying. Most of the game was designed this way. This was the first game where Bethesda abandoned their blueprint and leaned into never-ending content. But this ended up being their downfall because the magic of all their previous games was that every side quest felt unique and had a story, that every point of interest on the map was different and guaranteed new experiences, that everything was worth your time. Starfield destroyed this as planets lacked personality, dungeons became copy-paste, and exploration was unrewarding. If you can't guarantee something unique for players to find, why would the players spend time seeking it out? Starfield received a lot of criticism and is considered a disappointment. Now, Starfield has a lot of issues, but for me, that lack of rewarding exploration, the guarantee of new secrets around every corner, was the biggest letdown. After the success of Skyrim, Todd Howard promised that Starfield was a modder's paradise. He had left so much open space for modders to fill in the content, but the mods never came. Skyrim was a great game that mods enhanced. Starfield didn't even attract a crowd big enough to enjoy the mods, so they stopped arriving. Todd had become over-reliant on mods, expecting them to essentially fill in the game. Bethesda had finally made their vision of a game that never ends, but the issue was, nobody wanted to play it. So this all takes me back to the quote that Todd Howard had about The Elder Scrolls 6 and making it last decades. I worry about this quote because it's sort of planning backwards. Now, don't get me wrong, Todd Howard has developed 7 successful video games and I'm still at 0, so in reality, he's much more of an expert than I am in game development, but I do feel this is the wrong way to think about things. People don't play a game for 10 years because it's designed to last 10 years, but because it's a great game. People still play The Witcher 3, Red Dead Redemption 2 and Elden Ring, but these games weren't designed to last 10 years. In reality, it's 50 to 80 hours worth of content and players just keep replaying it. Why? Because they're amazing games. DLCs, expansions and mods can extend the life of a game, but the game has to be good to begin with. People don't play games for 10 years just because they never end, they play them because they're great. My worry is that over time we have seen Bethesda more and more obsessed with Radiant quests and never-ending content, and you can definitely see a correlation between the amount of this content in the game and the review scores. The more there is, the worse the score. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe procedural generated content can work. CD Projekt Red don't have this in their games because their games don't fit this formula. MMOs are successful solely because of this content, and Bethesda have used it successfully before as well. I think the trick is the balance. Skyrim did it right because the game was all handcrafted and covered so much. By the time you finish the entire game, you're talking hundreds of hours, and for players who wanted more, they had those Radiant quests. It was a bonus in the game, not the main feature. It added to the experience, but not brought it down. As Bethesda has continuously added in more great elements, aiming for the quantity and the quality is different. In their quest to make their games longer, they've ended up killing their lifespan. We all want The Elder Scrolls 6 to be great, and the only thing I hope is that Bethesda makes the game the Bethesda way. Go back to the original blueprint of handcrafted open worlds, full of handwritten You can still have in a small amount of Radiant quests, but make sure they're just a feature and not the feature. Make the game great, and the fans, the modding community, they will give the game longevity. They will add the bonus content. But right now, the focus shouldn't be on trying to make a game that lasts forever, but a game that captivates and continues the legacy of Morrowind, Oblivion and Skyrim. Same design, just with newer graphics in a new setting. Do that, and the fans will ensure that the game's legacy lives on, and that people really will have a reason to play it for decades to come. But anyway, that's it for this one, but what do you guys think? Do you feel like I'm reading into this too much? Have you noticed the growth in Radiant content in Bethesda titles? And do you love it or do you hate it? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you're new here, please consider subscribing. I'm Av Gaming, where we do video game analysis, identifying what makes great games great and what could make good games great as well. Thanks for watching. Av out.
Where are you? How are you standing on me? I've been spinning 360. I've been spinning 360 for so long. How did you stand on me? Why can't I walk? Oh, I'm thirsty. Okay. Oh, my timer's up, damn it.
In life, there's only a few guarantees. Number one, the sun will always rise. Number two, you'll forever pay taxes to the day that you die. And number three, PvP MMOs are never popular or successful. Well, that's what I used to think, and then I discovered Albion Online.
Thank you, Sawman UK. I don't want to talk about Albion Online. I think it's a ripoff. I'm terribly sorry. What is going on? You like seem to be like full screen, but you're not. What is going on? That sound is so annoying. Pick this lock. Oh, I didn't clear. Damn it, I'm gonna miss my deadline. Storm incoming. Son of a bitch. If I log, I won't get the clear, will I? Where is he? He's like up. He's up. I went through the whole fucking dungeon. How did I miss this guy? He is up. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, where is he? Oh god, where do I go? Where do I go? Oh god. No! Damn it. Where is this guy? He's like up there. Wait. Those are untouched? Yeah, bind anything that you can bind. Go, go. Yes, dump to the helicopter. Go, go, go. That's all. That's all. Son of a bitch. That was good, but it's... So this is all good. Where is this fucking guy? Oh, he's way up there? Okay, that's fine. Oh. You're so annoying. Where are you, you dick? Where are you, you stupid mob? This was so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. So dumb. There, I got it. Log. Okay, guys, I'm 10 minutes late. I'm gonna go walk for 2 hours now and water my gardens. I guess they're my gardens now because my stepfather's dead. And I'm gonna go water my gardens. They're my gardens now. It's fucking crazy. I didn't really want the responsibility, but they're mine now. Okay, we're gonna pause this video. Hi guys, I'm back. What's up? It's 6:40 in the evening. It has been 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I spent like 3.5 of those hours in the sun. I'm fairly sunburned, and I'm definitely like wiped out. I'm drinking beer. I'm in a mini heli. I'm going to land at our old base, and I'm going to turn in a quest, and then I'm going to go bring the mats home, and then I'm going to start running tier 4s in green. Oof, that was pretty bad, honestly. Yeah, that was 30%. I should have just not done that. Oh, I'm gonna buy Mithril. Hi guys, if the stream's starting. Yeah, the stream's starting now. Hi guys, I'm back. What's up? It's 6:40. I sat down about 10 minutes ago, but I forgot to actually start the stream because I'm tired. And I'm slightly drunk, and I spent 3 hours in the goddamn sun, and I'm like, you know, a bit wiped out. I'm well and cooked.
What can I get you?
Oh, I don't know. Probably mechanical parts. Oh, I don't know. Vehicle crafting is probably the most valuable thing there, but I mean, I don't have any room. I'm just gonna do that. Let me clear up something. What do you mean? No, I don't. Why can't you take that? Oh my god, you're so annoying.
Well, now you can strut sitting down. Good job.
What do you mean?
Well, hot dog. Let's shoot out the lights. Good work. Let's see what revs your engine, survivor. You must have short arms and deep pockets. I got more wheels than a wagon train rolling into town.
Ooh, that was worth a lot.
That came with a full no money back guarantee.
Oh yeah, I'm buying mithril materials, goldsmithing. Take a look at mithril ore here. Mithril ingots themselves are going for 39.8, and I'm looking for mithril ore, which is 8,000. I'll take whatever 8,000 bits I can get. 8,000. 8,000. This is a good deal. 8,000. I'm going to make a lot of money off this. 8,000. We're just going to buy till I can't anymore. 8,000. 8,000. Let's turn on a video. It's good to be back. It's good to be back working and stuff, and I don't have any more distractions until 9 p.m. Yeah, I think Squid Game Season 1 was a mistake, frankly. It just wasn't as good as goddamn Battle Royale. It fucking sucked. Wait, what the hell was that? Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. Do you have any jobs? Tier 4 clear. I don't want to do level 4s in sand. I want to do it in green. Do I have anything else to sell? I don't really think so. I don't think I want this knife anymore. If I need one, I'll make one, but I don't care about this. I'll just grind them with the auger. Okay, let's go home and dump this load. I planted this huge forest. That hurt me. Yeah. Did it hurt this thing? Not really. Why is the roof all weird? What the hell? Oh, is it glass? Oh, cool. It's glass. Cool, there's glass roofs. Glass roof is awesome.
This whole stop killing games thing has lit a fire underneath me. I'm feeling a heck of a lot more venomous
Not me.
than I normally would.
I don't care.
There's been this pervasive idea that's been pushed throughout the video game community in which that you cannot enact change. No matter how unfair things are, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, nothing will change. But I'm here to tell you that it's not a matter of you cannot change things. It's a matter of you not being allowed to. Players for years have complained about how aggressively anti-consumer this industry has become, which is crazy to me when I sit back and watch people that somehow want to defend the way that things have become, and in some cases just say that we just need to let it go. Better not to tamper with it. That could be dangerous, even though we paid for it. Digital rights ownership and licenses, microtransactions, data harvesting, third part.
It's like the right wing got crazy. They took over software development and they decided that everything was going to be rented as opposed to owned. And I swear to God, it is like that. It's big giant fucking right wing corpos like Elon Musk. I swear to God, or I don't know who's AGS. That's going to be Bezos. Like who? I mean.
Parasitic software that's disguised as either anti-piracy or anti-cheating. We went from simply buying a game, playing it, and playing it whenever and however we wanted to a laundry list of different things that are actively harming the hobby and bring us no benefit at all. These concerns and criticisms that we've had over the years are oftentimes met with, you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't ask for those things. That could be dangerous. I'm going to lose my mind when it comes to some of this stuff. People are going to buy games anyway. There's nothing that you guys can do about it. They complicate, they obfuscate. And even when we do get a win, which that actually happens quite frequently, we've been having a lot of that lately, well, they try to stand in front of it and say it's not your win, or it was going to happen anyway. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about where we're winning and where we're losing. I want to eviscerate this idea that we don't have any.
I think your image is too right wing.
What games
I think you
made,
talk too much exactly like.
cost.
I think when you talk, it sounds like what's his name from Fox News that just topped a stupid ass. What's his name from fucking the Republican Party? I can't even think of their names. They're so dumb. Can't think of it. What? Give me all of that. You're so annoying. Ted Cruz spoke to, what was his name? I can't even think. They had their little podcast thing. I can't think of the fucking name. What's his name? Who's the Fox News guy. Who did he talk to, that guy? I can't think of his fucking name, but anyways, this guy, Legendary Drops, I actually really don't like him, and when he talks, he reminds me of that fucking Fox correspondent. God damn it. I don't like Legendary Drops. Yeah, recently there was like a podcast that he was on there. It's yes, Tucker Carlson. When Legendary Drops speaks, he reminds me of Tucker Carlson.
And the future of them. I also want to make sure that I take...
I swear to God, we're going to compare. I'm going to compare. I'm not imagining this. I know I'm not. And it bothers me. Fucking right-wingers, they fucking bother me. I don't know how I'm friends with Begon. It's because he's cooler than that. I know he's cooler than that. My legs are like sunburned or something. They're like all itchy. No, I have my pants on. I think I scratched my leg or something with like a rose or some kind of thorn or something. Anyways, Tucker Carlson's... Tucker Carlson fails. Yep. Getting roasted. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, this is the Daily Show. It's 21 minutes of Tucker Carlson getting roasted. Yes. Fuck Tucker Carlson in his stupid fucking ass.
Gravitas, honesty, eyes so piercing.
And Tucker Carlson.
Can give you a nose ring.
Which you can't even put in the same sentence.
And no one's better at that than Tucker Carlson. Man of 1,000 faces. But also somehow
only one face, which is that weird look of like, I don't really understand.
Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson. His father was a journalist and U.S. ambassador to the Seychelles, a popular vacation spot for people's money.
For people's money.
His stepmom?
For people's money.
Was an heiress to Swanson Frozen Foods.
She's so funny.
A heritage he still pays tribute to with his trademark frozen facial expressions. He has a brother, Buckley Swanson Peck Carlson. You don't really need to know anything about him, but how about those names, huh? Others might have tried to downplay their
no. Oh no.
wealth, but downplaying was never Tucker's style.
No, it's like a young, who's the vice president? I can't keep right-wingers straight. They're so goddamn dumb. JD Vance. It's like a young JD Vance. Like Tucker Carlson is like an old JD Vance or something. It's weird. Look, you can tell the subway person isn't gonna like doing business with them. Oh no.
I've never needed to work.
I've never needed to work.
Need to work.
Jesus Christ, must be nice.
In a world
I've
where
never needed to work. I've just blown Republicans smoke up idiots' asses all my life or whatever.
Tucker Bronson McChad Carlson isn't on TV every night. But luckily for America,
Stupid ass Tucker Carlson.
that didn't happen. After college, his talents to journalism.
There can't be much going on in there. You can just see it. It's like a Michael Scott if Michael Scott was a Republican.
Rising to prominence as the
Oh my God!
liberals'
Why do you look so white? What's with the bow tie? You fucking effort.
conservative. Everyone liked him.
That's a phrase that I reserve for rich white men who look like this and act like this.
But
Oh
seemed
my
normal
god.
and unwhite
Rich white
supremacist.
straight men. Yeah. Rich white straight men with bow ties. Yeah, that'll be an effort for you. There's that effort talking, that effort bow tie. And that effort bow tie again.
Tucker, Swan Lake, McNordstrom, Carlson.
When she says his name is so bad. It's like some kind of poem. Let's hear it again.
Unwhite supremacist.
I'm unwhite supremacist.
Tucker, Swan Lake,
Tucker, Swan Lake, McNordstrom, Carlson.
Nordstrom Carlson took that
They're like making fun of his name.
palatable conservatism to CNN and PBS, eventually becoming the perpetually bow-tied co-host of CNN's Crossfire. There he helped steer cable news away from meaningful discourse and towards people shouting talking points at each other like a housewives reunion. It was going great until one day when a Comedy Central extremist infiltrated the set and wreaked havoc.
Your partisan, what do you call it, hacks. No, this is theater.
You partisan hacks.
It's obvious. How old are you? 35. And you wear a bow tie.
After surviving that
Aww.
attack, Tucker
How old are you? You're 35 and you wear a bow tie.
made the difficult decision to move on. Desperate times called for desperate Tuckers.
Oh, I gotta send this to somebody. I'm sorry. Hold on just a second.
The butterfly emerged from yet another cocoon and flew to MSNBC, where he was both respected and likable. Someone you could definitely trust, like Matt Lauer. You know who was pals with him back then? Rachel Maddow. It's weird to see now, like Emperor Palpatine going to brunch with Baby Yoda. Carlson's low-rated MSNBC show didn't last long. And likable. Someone you could definitely trust, like
Matt Lauer. Yeah.
You know who was pals with him back then? Rachel Maddow.
Rachel Maddow.
Weird to see now, like
It's weird to see now, like Emperor Palpatine.
Emperor Palpatine going to
Going
brunch,
to brunch with Baby Yoda. Yeah, it is.
Baby
It's
Yoda.
weird. Like, why was Tucker opposite Rachel?
Carlson's low-rated MSNBC gig didn't last long because
So if you need a good laugh. Oh no, I forgot. That's in 3 days? Oh no. I mean, I don't think it matters. I don't know. I forgot what all I'm supposed to do. Oh god, maybe I should read it again.
personal brand only grew stronger. He was not going to rest until the world knew all 36 of his names. Having flunked out of TV twice, Tucker Seamus McDuck Carlson began rebuilding his journalism career by working with one of radio's most respected broadcasters,
Bubba the
Love Sponge,
Bubba the Love
where he was
Sponge.
able to channel his inner shock jock.
I love women, but they're extremely primitive. If you're talking to a feminist and she's giving you, men really need to be more sensitive and just, actually, you just need to be quiet and kind of do what you're told. I'm not
Wow.
defending underage marriage at all. I just don't think it's the same thing exactly as pulling a child from a bus stop and sexually assaulting that child. The rapist in this case has made a lifelong commitment to live and take care of the person. So it is a little different. Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys. Canada.
What?
I call them our retarded cousins.
Canada, I call them our retarded cousins.
Does seem a little.
I'm sure they say the same thing about us. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
you said it. I was just agreeing with you.
One thing couldn't be
Oh, no.
denied. Tucker Carlson said all that out loud on
Duh.
purpose, knowing other people would hear him. Plenty of people would be proud to coast on calling women the C word, but not Tucker. In 2010, he remade himself yet again as the public intellectual behind the new website, The Daily Caller.
The Daily
He was ready
Caller.
for his most important role yet. Fox News superhero.
Fox News
Tucker
superhero.
Vanderpump McRib Carlson was proud.
Vanderpump McRib Carlson.
This time, he became something completely new. A man of the people.
Democrats have become the party of the elite professional class, eager to lecture you about open borders, global warming from their gated communities. The most privileged people in our society shouting down at Trump's voters. Yeah. Damn you, working class Americans.
Damn
you!
you.
Want to be quiet.
Tucker, you went to the elite schools of this country.
I did.
We should
And that's
focus
why I know
on
it's a
is
scam.
It was the performance
I
of
did,
a lifetime.
and that's why I know
An
it's a
aristocrat who
scam.
spent his entire adult life working in media, acting as if he had just crawled out of the coal mines and sat in front of a TV camera. And Carlson wasn't afraid to use his
It's a
new clout
scam.
to uplift the most needy among.
Yes. What the hell was that? Oh, are they up here? Oh God, what was that? Oh no, I'm gonna kill you. Where are you? Well. Is this? You sound louder, but I still don't see you. There you are. Did you scream? Of course you did. The hell is that about? Oh God, burning thing. Everything's glowing. What? Damn it. Stupid thing. Was that all? Seems like that's all. Okay, so I will go do something. I will clear stuff. Super strong coffee. Maybe I'll leave that for Begon. I want to put the helicopter away because I'm afraid I'm just going to lose it. I don't want to lose another one. I really like having the helicopter, honestly. I like having the motorcycle, and I'm going to ride around on the mini bike. I don't know. The mini bike isn't as fast as the motorcycle is, so we'll go with motorcycle for now. Armor crafting kit. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put my drone in my kit because I have a drone, I'm just not connected to it. There's my drone. Who knows? So what happens if I just ride this off? It does no damage. It damn near killed me. The trees in front of the house are probably annoying, so I'll chop them. I think the tree actually caused an impact that damn near killed me, but I think if the tree wasn't there, I would have just hit the ground and been fine. Oh yeah, my bedroll. Did I put it down? Oh God, what the fuck was that? are you in this tree? Okay. Yeah, so this did 10% damage to the motorcycle. Anyways, I want to go north. Oh, shit. I went south, but well, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. The hell was that? Oh, purple lights. Oh, God. In a way, this game has all the same sort of detail that a Bethesda game does. And I do like it. The hell? Fuck, the trader closed. Oh. Am I close to home? I am. I'm just gonna go dump loot and wait for the dawn, because I was on my way to the trader. The game's more accessible than Rust is. Rust thwarts you a lot more when you do something like this, when you fuck up and you forget what time it is or whatever. The game's like, oh, just go do something else. And Rust is sort of like, nah, you're fucked, you gotta wait in base or whatever. Or sit in a sun bush and wait for the sun to rise. Oh, it's midnight, and probably better if I just stay here. fall? No, I caught it. I caught the rim. And I took no damage and I didn't hurt my legs. I caught the bottom rung. And I didn't die. Okay, so I don't know. First of all, that needs to go in there. Oh, poor Flash, he died in a Tier 5 M-Fest. I feel sorry, buddy. You like rage quit. It happens. I feel ya, I've been there. Life's too short to get like some zombie rage. Steak and potato meal. Well, I believe I will log out of this game for a time. Yes, and I will do my other dailies. I will come back, but
Among us, people who hate immigrants.
Our leaders worship multiculturalism because all cultures are equal, except they're not all equal. Our civilization is superior, and we need to defend it. Latin American countries are forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want. We have a moral obligation to lift those poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided. Isn't it crowding your country the fastest way to despoil it, to pollute it?
Tucker Swamp Thing McGruff Carlson was a beautiful reverse telling everyone to get their tired huddle asses out of here. But any Fox News host could hate immigrants. In fact, most of them did. So Tucker upped the ante.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Do you get along better with your neighbors or your coworkers if you can't understand each other or share no common values? White supremacy, that's the problem. This is a hoax. This may be a lot of things, this moment we're living through, but it is definitely not about Black lives. And remember that when they come for you. At this rate, they will. We have every right to fight to preserve our nation and our heritage and our culture.
In the skull of the African here, the area associated with submissiveness is larger than any human or any other subhuman species on planet Earth.
Tucker was on fire like a cross on a black family's lawn. But as 2021 began, he was once again restless for a change. So Carlson put on yet another hat, this time made of tinfoil.
Democrats rigged the election in front of all of us, and nobody did anything about it. And what
Democrats did that, did they?
Why are Americans being discouraged from asking simple, straightforward questions about it? Questions like, how effective are these drugs? Are they safe? And by the way, how much are the drug companies making off this stuff? The Biden's affection is totally real. It's in no way part of a slick PR campaign devised by cynical consultants determined to hide the president's senility by misdirection. No, not at all. Their love is as real as climate change.
A little nuts? Well, maybe. But unlike the moon landing or a 44-year marriage, you can't fake ratings like this. And while yes, at least one person did sue for defamation, a judge dismissed the case on the grounds that any reasonable viewer knows that even things Tucker says are facts are not actual facts. So whatever the future holds for him, one thing we know is that Tucker Severus McFly Carlson will be
Tucker Severus McFly Carlson.
Whatever's going on there.
Or whatever's going on there.
Fox knew the election wasn't stolen, but they said it anyways? That's not shocking. If Brian Kilmeade ever completed a Wordle, that would be shocking. Now, I'm not shocked. But I will say, I am very entertained. Because of this lawsuit, a bunch of Fox News hosts had to release their text messages. And y'all know this. Yeah. No, you know this. There's LinkedIn you. And then there's iMessage you. That's the deep, dark underbelly of who you really are. And boy, oh boy, were these iMessages good.
New court filings show that in private, Fox hosts Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, and Sean Hannity were brutally ridiculing the claims of election fraud and the people who were making them.
Top Fox host privately trashed the Trump legal team for lying. As Tucker Carlson texted Laura Ingraham, Sidney Powell is lying. It's insane. Ingraham responded, Sidney is a complete nut.
Tucker Carlson referred to Donald Trump as a demonic force.
The private mockery also targeted Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani. Sean Hannity wrote Giuliani is acting like an insane person, while Ingraham remarked, such an idiot.
Oh my God. Do you realize what this means? These people are secretly sane. They also don't respect anyone they have on their show. These guys are texting each other all day about how bullshit Fox News is. Their group chat is basically MSNBC. But out of everything we learned about Fox News, there was one text that came out in Discovery that truly freaked me out. It's when Tucker Carlson said Fox News had to be more supportive of Donald Trump's election claims.
Tucker Carlson wrote his producer, Alex Pfeiffer. Do the executives understand how much credibility and trust we've lost with our audience? We're playing with fire for real. An alternative like Newsmax could be devastating to us.
Do you understand what he's saying here? He's saying, if I don't say this bullshit, my viewers will leave me. This whole time, we thought Fox News was manipulating its viewers. But it turns out the viewers were manipulating Fox News. So, just think of it like this, okay? Tucker Carlson is a moral vacuum, a hole, if you will, who glorifies election deniers, so a glory hole. And his viewers expect him to please them with his mouth. And he's constantly terrified that they'll find a new, more satisfying glory hole. And that's why Tucker Carlson will never stop sucking.
This is The Daily Show, so let's talk about Fox News. They're dealing with a big lawsuit right now, and because of it, a bunch of Fox News hosts had to give up all their private texts. So we've been finding out what they really think about Donald Trump. And it's hilarious.
According to court documents, host Tucker Carlson texted a producer on January 4th, 2021. We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. Referring to Trump, Carlson says, I hate him passionately. I can't handle much more of this.
Carlson added, we're all pretending we've got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest. But come on, there really isn't an upside to Trump.
Oh, that's fighting words. Oh, white on white crime. Let's go. All right, I know this looks bad, but their makeup sex is going to be so much hotter. You know, this is so embarrassing for Fox News. If they want to keep their shit quiet, they should do what the crack dealers do. Use a payphone. Yo, it's Tucker. Listen, Black Lives Matter. They really do. They really do. All right, hit me back on my burner. I'm enjoying this, though. I have never seen someone's private text that was so opposite from their public persona. This is like finding out Nikki Haley has a black sin. She got texts like, oh, hell no, y'all ain't coming at Nim Rider like that. Sorry, boo-boo.
Let's begin with Fox News, which yesterday agreed to pay $787.5 million for saying Dominion voting machines helped Joe Biden steal the election. Although, now that more details of the settlement have come out, it turns out it's not all bad news for Fox.
The deal, sparing Fox from what would have been a very high-profile trial with some of the network's own stars likely testifying.
Dominion's legal team says there will be no on-air apologies or retractions on Fox News.
In a statement, the network is saying the settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards.
That's right, high journalistic standards like this.
The green M&M got her boots back, but apparently is now a lesbian, maybe?
Yeah. Look, I'm happy for Dominion, but Dominion was not the only injured party here. What about, you know, our faith in democracy? There are people who will not trust elections for the rest of their lives, and I have to talk to those people. I'm going to be arguing with them at Trump rallies every 4 years for the rest of my life. And you know what? I'm not naive. I didn't expect this lawsuit to restore our country's faith in elections, or even for me to get a little cashola. No. But I was at least hoping to get a couple weeks of joy out of seeing Sean Hannity up there on the stand, sweating through his shirt like a beach.
Oh, this ended. I didn't really pay attention. Oh, wait, no, this is the same video. That's right.
Manatee. Would that have saved democracy? I don't know, but it would have been nice to see. We're not going to get any of that. They don't even have to apologize on air. And frankly, we deserve that. Bare minimum. Yes.
I think I'd like to get off this now. Okay, we're going to do a new Papa Meat. New Some Ordinary Gamers where he's showing his ass. A lot of people are talking about stupid ass pirate software. I don't think I want you to recommend Legendary Drops anymore because he reminds me so much of Tucker Carlson that I don't want to hear his voice anymore. I like Pyro Live, but I don't like the subject content. This is probably a big one. The GNCA Gamers Nexus consumer advocacy about that I do care about. And oh yeah, Best of Between Two Ferns Part 2. Steve Carell's Between Two Ferns is so fucking funny. But I mean, yeah, are we allowed to watch this? I'm not sure. I don't think I can watch that. That's the MCA. Hey, it's Rocky Mountains Ovens. I haven't seen him in a while. Let's look at Rocky Mountains Ovens. I bet he's doing real good now that he's got that streamer money. Yeah, Busbound announcement trailer. Busbound announcement trailer. Sure, we'll fire it off. Why not? We'll just see what Busbound is. The Rise and Fall of Infomercials by Gabby Bell. I've never heard her before, so we'll give a new person a try. I don't care for Pillars of Eternity gameplay videos, and I don't think I'm just not interested in that. I'm terribly sorry. Ben Shapiro from Hasanabi, and that should be enough for the evening. The American Experience, I think I can watch this. I think I can watch Nazi Town USA. I'm fairly sure. I've not ever been busted for DMCA on that before. And they'll warn me on the YouTube channel if they don't like it. Penguins versus Super Sniper Wolf, the full story. I've never heard that before. I didn't even know there was a thing. Moist Critical compilations. I like Moist Critical, but he's also fairly annoying. He annoys me quite a bit. His monotone voice, his deadpan delivery, his Nicolas Cage thing, it fucking bothers me. Okay, so that looks like a good one. 10 creepiest documentaries ever because of what we know now. I did it. I found the worst book by Jenny Nicholson. I like Jenny Nicholson. Let's hear what we have to say. There's no way I'm going to get through all of this. Let's just start it.
Welcome back to the Papa Mate channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on
pretty good, pretty good.
We're going to talk about fraternities. As the summer winds down and fall air begins to blow away, high school seniors get excited to start a new year and head off to college. Going to college gives us numerous options for socializing and choosing whom to hang out with, right? One of the most popular routes for male students is joining a frat or fraternity. These organizations on surface appear modest and draw in wealthy members to fund their events and parties, right? Or hang out and maybe have a couple brews. However, in recent years, numerous disturbing and insane stories have emerged detailing what it's really like to be a part of Greek life. But in order to understand how it got that way, we first need to learn what are fraternities, which buckle in. Fraternities Fraternities, also known as Greek Brotherhood, are organizations that offer students social and academic opportunities, if you want to say that. There's some that are prestigious. I think the vast majority, at least of my friends that were in frats at state schools and such, usually they're state school organizations where guys can be pals together and they can drink, right? I would say the vast majority of people just use it as an excuse to endlessly party for 4 out of 4 years of their college life, is what I would say.
And sometimes 6 to 8.
Sometimes 6 to 8. Van Wilder! Do you think people even are going to know what Van Wilder is anymore? Was that a deep cut now?
Yeah, feel like it. Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds. Deadpool. Dating back to 1776, the f***ing year this country was founded, these organizations can be found nationwide, with each fraternity having hundreds and hundreds of chapters. To join the Brotherhood, members undergo a lengthy process that begins with what is called rushing. And rushing takes place during Rush Week and is a special time when the fraternities host meetups, cookouts, and gaming nights, and this allows members to meet potential new brothers and explain the rules and values of their fraternity. Do you think the Freemasons are a frat?
The ancient frat.
Following Rush Week, a fraternity will select people they believe will fit into their organization and conduct both formal and informal interviews. And after all that's complete, potential members will be sent a bid that contains an offer to join. That's not all. New members are also expected to pay dues. These payments can range from $2,000 to $1,000 per semester to maintain their membership in the fraternity. This doesn't include other fees such as housing, food, clothing, and various other charges that differ from chapter to chapter, from frat to frat, blah, blah, blah. Some fraternity houses are huge and luxurious with things like private chefs, cleaners, and game rooms, all which add to the cost of being in the frat. These are Nepo baby frats. And despite criticism of paying for friends, I don't do that. All of my employees, I don't pay to have friends. They would hang out with me on their own.
Yeah, that check didn't clear for last weekend.
Some fraternities such as Sigma and Alpha Epsilon, Sigma Chi, and Lambda Chi Alpha have over 280,000 members nationwide. And once you accept your bid and pay your fees, you officially join the organization as a pledge. And during this period, you undergo further evaluation to determine if you're a good fit for the Brotherhood, right? You're part of basically a fucking army at that point.
Yeah, a little soldier.
Sigma Chi, yo, Illinois chapter, nice to meet you. Michigan chapter, dude. That's so sick. I go to a state school. I'm a business major. Hey, what do you major in? Business.
Business,
Plan
bitch.
on taking over
Business.
Chevy dealership when I get out of here. So trying to get, just a little bear trap for that later on. Any man going to a state school, they're a business major.
Or it's
I like Papa Meat. He's naturally funny.
Psychology, men, business.
Or philosophy. I've seen some guys do that too.
To be like Jordan Peterson.
And I'm like, where do you work now? They're like, I'll work at a car wash. I work at my dad's car wash. Traditionally, this phase was meant for learning and bonding. And however, over the years, it has developed a bad reputation due to a new ritualistic practice called hazing. Which is primarily why I wanted to make this video, because we cover a lot of weird stuff on this channel, and hazing is one of the most cruel and weird pieces of culture known to man. It's also so oddly accepted. Being a slave and basically being tortured is accepted in a modern day culture. Hazing is a common ritual in which new members are subjected to humiliating activities such as embarrassing stunts or eating gross foods, or Limp Bizkit. It's not just a band name. Why don't you look up what Limp Bizkit is on your own? Play it with your friends.
You taught me that.
However, some frats go too far and push their new pledges to the absolute limits. A Sigma Chi frat was suspended after forcing drugs on a new pledge during a hazing ritual. You like being drugged by your pals? By your brothers? Come on, dude. Do you want to be your brother or not? He's like, there are demons and shit hovering over him. He's like, on his back.
Do you think they're doing ayahuasca?
I like to think that they're doing ayahuasca. I also like to think that they're just like, here, I dip this menthol cigarette in bleach, smoke it. Dude,
won't that make you blind?
I'd do anything for the Brotherhood. Oh, his eyes are just completely like black. Oh, one pledge was forced to stay inside the fraternity for a week as a part of his ritual, and at some point, some other members of the fraternity strapped him down, blindfolded him, and force-fed him cocaine. Dude, that's so sick, and we have to go to the game later. I'm meeting Chelsea at the game, and we're getting fucking zooted at the game. Give me some of that Zaza. At the time of this incident, the frat was already under disciplinary suspension for previous drug-related incidents off campus, and members of the fraternity reserved rooms at a resort under the name UCF Finance Club. And during their stay, police responded to multiple reports of fraternity members engaging in loud, rough sex and smoking weed. Dude, I got so fucking high. I'm tanked, bro. After the hazing ritual was reported to the university, the chapter was shut down entirely. But some fraternities get creative with their hazing rituals in order to work around their university's anti-hazing policies. At Zeta Beta Tau, new members had to compete in a strange challenge as part of their hazing. Coined the pig roast.
Do you want to guess what that is?
The pig roast. If I had to guess before, pig roast almost makes it seem it's like an Eiffel Tower where they like tie somebody up and butt fuck him and shove their in his face too.
Pretty close.
Let's see how close I got. Going to pig roast, this competition pitted each member against each other with the goal of sleeping with the fattest woman they could find. Fat chicks, should have saw it coming. Dude, ew, you want a porky pig? That's fucked up. Oh, dude. There might literally be nothing I hate. Well, I hate a lot of things on this planet, but one of them, add it to the list, is any man who goes to a state college. I can't stand it.
I went to the state college.
I can't stand you. So perfectly lines up. Planets are aligned. The challenge began with the frat sending out a group of pledges to local bars and parties to pick up women, aka porkers. The larger they were, the more points that were awarded to the pledge. It was encouraged to sleep with as many women as possible so that you could stack up your points, right? In the event of a tie, whoever slept with the biggest girl won the competition. Members also got additional points for finding ways to humiliate the women after the exchange was over. Hey, Kelly? Yeah? You want to watch Barnyard? Does that count as points? They're like, no. He's like, has sex with the hottest chick. Dude, you're so fat. Am I zooted, guys? Is the huzz sitting right next to me or what?
What do you think they were doing to humiliate them? Just them and calling them fat ass or like porky pig?
Probably. I know there's also the walk of shame where as soon as she walks out, everyone's like standing there like, oh my god, ew, you're fat. Maybe that stuff. Maybe that stuff. Or he's just like, hey, remember when I said I wore a condom? You should go kill that fucking thing quick. Dude, 2 points for Bryce. He fucking rules.
I almost got pig roasted in high school. By someone who's overweight. It was
a big fat girl.
She's like, man, I'm so horny. And then she opened up her glove compartment. She's like, I have all these condoms. And then threw them on top of me. And she's like, and I have a morning after pill just in case. And she wanted to fuck me. And I was like,
You said, sorry, no fat chicks?
Yeah, I just pretended to sleep.
Yeah, as soon as the big girl starts talking to you at the bar, you're like, oh my god, why aren't you looking at me?
Well, then my fear was, well, what happens if she saw this as an opportunity? She's like, I'm gonna get mine.
Are you saying that she's going to take advantage of you, Nick?
Well, then I thought, what would
She's too big to fend off. Help! I hope the sleep tactic works.
She was our DD, but she was more drunk than I was.
Dude, college, am I right? Dude, she was our DD, but I thought she was drinking cherry limeades and eating Little Debbie oatmeal cream cakes, but actually, it was just birth control and Budweiser. Her big fat leg comes over and you're just like, oh no. That's also such a guy mentality though too. I guess I gotta do it. No, saying no to this. I won't tell anybody, though. This fat girl will stay my secret. Also, we should have saved this for the end of this segment. Anyways, once you got done sleeping with someone, pledges were required to come back and describe the event in detail to confirm their points. It was sick. I opened it up, and it was like, and it was just smelled like bacon, and it was so... She was making pig sounds. Dude, and they're like, dude, Trevor, yes, that is so fucking tight, man. Many female students on campus were disgusted by the behavior. Wet blankets, right? When Cornell learned about the challenge, it launched an investigation and the fraternity was placed on probation for 2 years. In addition to the probation, an in-house advisor was required to be present at the fraternity at all times to ensure that such an incident would not happen again. First off, I just want to say that's a show waiting to happen. Cornsworth, could you just let us these fat chicks? What if you hurt their feelings? Don't go out without this. Thanks, Cornsworth.
Alpha beta
Is the guy just standing there at all times?
Hey! Well, yeah, what's he gonna do? This girl is comically large. Ask her to leave, brush your teeth, and go to bed.
Oh yeah, that'd be even more humiliating. You're not partaking in a pig roast, are you?
Yeah, he has his measuring tape. It doesn't even go all the way around. Daniel, tell the young woman good night and have her pig hooves off the wood in this house. He's making fun of you. He's going to finish in you, and he's going to laugh about it later. It's Stephen over there. Stephen's like, Cornsworth, you're such a hawk, man. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I love that. I would watch that show. Cornsworth, that's my sister. My bad. He's also sly himself. I didn't see her on the visitor log.
Cornsworth. Cornsworth. Cornsworth is a good name.
Alpha Beta Cornsworth.
Alpha Beta
In hazing
Cornsworth.
rituals, members try to humiliate new pledges as much as possible. And these rituals can take many forms, physical challenges to public humiliations. At Yale University, the fraternity Delta Kappa Epsilon was banned off the campus for hazing ritual that involved obscene chants. What do you think it was? What kind of chants do you think it was? It was probably fun. One night, students awoke to see a line of blindfolded pledgers walking the campus screaming, "No means yes, yes means anal." And my name is Jack. I'm a necrophiliac. I've dead women, fill them with my semen. That one doesn't even rhyme.
They had the Jack the necrophiliac. That was
Jack necrophiliac, come!
Oh my god.
The frat received immediate backlash from women's groups on campus, and a petition was created to remove the organization from Yale's campus. What a bunch of fucking wet blankets, dude. It's a fucking joke. I've never fucking dead like chick. My girlfriend's very much alive.
Look,
Smoke
the
show.
menu screen looks better.
No frat members were charged, but some students filed a complaint against Yale, and the school later agreed to make changes to prevent something like this from happening again.
They got Cornsworth.
That's season like 4 or 5. It's a new frat. Or every 4 years he changes. We're graduating. I just want to say I think I'm a better man because of you, Cornsworth. You boys make me very, very proud. He has one gift form. It's like just a big busload of fat chicks. Cornsworth! He's like,
Cornsworth!
You better eat up quick because there's no leftovers later.
Cornsworth!
Huge freaking jewel pen. Because they learned something from each other.
Exactly. God, this is a good show.
See, exactly. Cornsworth learned how to let loose a little bit. And he calls his daughter. I haven't been home in how many years? Sarah, I want to come home. I can't tell if this is any good. At a college in Ohio, a fraternity was banned from performing such an insane ritual that left one of the pledges permanently disfigured. Gamma Phi Gamma fraternity was hosting a hazing ritual at their house called the Gobbler House.
The Gobbler House.
They were immediately blindfolded and brought down to the basement of the home.
Where they're like raped by the entire fraternity, basically, in hazing. We've heard a ton of stories like this, where they're like, all right, the paddling of the swollen ass, right? And then they paddle your ass for like 5 hours. And then they make you like stick the fucking ping pong paddle up your fucking ass and serve beer off of it and shit like this. And it is rape. It's rape. You've got a ping pong paddle in your ass. Now you stuck it up your own fucking ass because you're a fraternity fucking conformist tool. And I hate fraternity. I hate frat boys. I hate them. I think of them as basically fodder for the army. I'm terribly sorry, but I do. I think of frat boys as, fodder for the army, and basically the terrible like Lumbergs of the middle class that take those cubicle jobs and talk about TPS reports and all that. I hate frat boys.
Pledges were instructed to lie down on the floor, which had been flooded with up to 3 inches of water, and told them to act as if they were swimming. Next, they were told to stand up and strip naked and listen to the president of the frat read off a hazing script. All while this is going on, other members rubbed icy hot on the pledges' nipples,
there it is.
Butts, and
there it is. See, you think I'm joking, but no, this is like rape. Putting icy hot on your nipples, balls, and butthole, which is probably what they did to him. Probably without his permission, too, frankly. It's like rape. And then he icy hotted his butthole, his balls, and his nipples, which is pretty much... When I think of pain, I think of that as like, yeah, just give me some prison rape or some, You know, give me some walking across some broken glass, you know, like the robbers in Home Alone when they step in the windowsill. Stuff like that, you know. That's going to probably be better than this, you know, because this is still like rape. It's like pretty much rape. You got icy hotted in your butthole. The only difference is you did so willingly.
Genitals. Following that, the pledges were force-fed sliced American cheese and told to the sheep, which was just a ball of stuffing. When they were done.
So I recently learned what Limp Bizkit is. It's when a bunch of men get together in a big fucking jack-off circle. They jack off on a Triscuit, and then whoever manages to jack off on the Triscuit last to, you know, whoever the straight man is, or whatever, the one who can't actually get it hard because there's a bunch of men around jacking off and he's not gay or whatever. He's the one who has to eat the Triscuit. Now that's what Limp Bizkit actually means. Now I didn't know this and I didn't want to know this, but I know it because of the internet now. That's what a Limp Bizkit is. If you didn't know, I didn't know. That's what a Limp Bizkit is, and I'm sorry for that gross imagery. I really didn't like that imagery. It makes me fucking sick. But I mean, like, you know, whatever. That's what a Limp Bizkit is, and now that I know that, I'm never gonna listen to another Limp Bizkit song again. As fucked up as that is.
Frat members grabbed towels, tied knots at the end, whipping the ritual members.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding about the paddling of the swollen ass thing. That's a Simpsons joke, but the hazing joke isn't a Simpsons thing. That's a really bad known thing. Hazing is terrible. They just basically take your human rights away for like some months. They force you to like, you know, to like bring beer to them and use you like a slave, and they like rape you with ping pong paddles, and they put icy hot on your nipples, and they pour beer down your fucking throat at a rate where you probably would drown if you didn't just start guzzling. You know, they'll like, here's the beer bong, you have to hit it, pledge, or you're a fucking pussy, and if you're a pussy, we'll rape you. And they're not kidding. They're like not kidding. They say that. They're like, they say it and they mean it. Like, they'll rape you. It's fucking fucked up. But that's how some of these fucking fraternities actually are. I hate fraternities. After I heard this stuff, I was like, so basically you use the excuse of going to college to go crazy. Basically, you like go to college, so you're just allowed to go crazy and torture some other human beings with weird hazing and stuff. And I don't like it. No.
Tyler Lawrence was whipped in the balls by a towel and immediately fell to the ground in pain.
There you go. I wasn't kidding about the whole, you know, ping pong paddle in the ass thing. That's a very famous one that they do a lot. Another one that's kind of famous is the beer bong, where they don't stop. They just open the beer bong in your gullet and they start dumping like 240s in there. And if you stop, you're out of the pledge. You're not a pledge anymore. If you stop, you're not a pledge anymore. You're a fucking pussy. Now, while I respect the hardness, and I have that hardness in me, and I would take the beer bong, I've got all of that stuff in me. I'm strong. I'm a survivor. I got all that shit in me. All that Fear Factor stuff. I'll eat bugs. I don't care. I've had a dude piss on my hand for $60. I don't care. I don't care. You know, not that I looked at it, but you know, but I did. I took the $60 and I let one of my best friends piss on my hands just so my friends could laugh, because I don't care. For $60, you can piss on my hand. I don't care. As gross as it is, that's how poor. That's what being in the lower class is actually like. For $60 for drugs, yeah, I would do a lot. Yeah, like let a dude piss on my hand in front of my friends, so they can laugh about it. You know, I thought I would be taunted about that for the rest of my life. When I did it, I was like, I'm never going to live this down, am I? And they're like, no, we're going to tease you about this for the rest of your life. But then I never heard about it ever again. They didn't bring it up ever again. Maybe they were disgusted or something. I don't know what it was. But nobody ever brought that up ever again. I'm the one who brings it up. I'm like, yeah, I let my friend Brett Heckers piss on my fucking hand, you know? And like, you know, and I'm not proud of that, but I mean, I had like 13 witnesses or whatever it was, 9 people or something. I don't know what it was. It was like 9 people or something like that. And like, yeah, and like they all watched while I looked away at the sky, and I put my hand out and I was like, give me my fucking money in the left hand and you can piss on my right hand. And he was like, all right. And he was like, I want the right hand. And I was like, no, left hand. And he was like, no, right hand. It's that. He was like, which hand are you? What handed are you? Was what he asked. He was like, what handed are you? And I was like, I'm left-handed. And he's like, no, you aren't. I'm left-handed. left-handed. He was like, you're not left-handed. And I was like, fuck. And then I had to let him piss on my right hand. It was so fucking annoying. But I mean, I got $60 and I needed that for weed. And that's what I spent it on. And I don't care. I don't care if people make fun of me over it. I don't care about that. You know, my friends who I actually care about their opinions, they didn't make fun of me for it. Because I think they all would have done it too. I snapped it up immediately. The minute it was proposed, I was like, I'll take it, I'll do it. Then they were like, wait, that was immediate. And I was like, yeah, it was. I was like, I'll do it. For $60, yeah, I'll do it. I'll let you piss on my hand. I don't care. And I was like, do I have to watch? And he was like, no. And I was like, yep, I'll take it. I'll do it right now. What I don't want to do is see penis. What I do want to do is see $60, you know? And now, am I greedy like that? Do I like money that much that I appreciate what I did or don't care? No, I just bought weed for the entire crew or whatever. I bought 1/8 of marijuana from my drug dealer with that $60, and we all proceeded to get high, and everybody was happy. What the fuck? I washed my hand with orange, you know, peel fucking pumice soap, and, you know, and I was disgusted, and nobody would, like, touch my right hand for a couple of weeks or whatever. But I mean, like, overall, I'm happier with the $60 in the story than I am with not doing it, you know.
After the ritual ended, Tyler was still complaining.
And that ritual was a ritual of hazing. It was like a ritual of hazing. If you can't handle that sort of thing, you shouldn't be friends with us, sort of thing. Like, for instance, that happened a lot. Like, for instance, like I took a bunch of felony charges, essentially 5 people's felony charges. I took one, and then I paid off the debt so that they wouldn't even give me a felony and stuff. And we broke into the high school. I paid them the $3,600 that they wanted for the high school break-in, and they didn't prosecute us. Now, I protected 4 of my best friends, and so this made me a very popular person in my high school for a long time, as they knew, everybody knew, all the siblings knew, everybody knew, but the fucking parents and the teachers, and I was like the king. I was the king of the high school for a time. And I took the rap for my friends and, you know, and that sort of stuff. Now, if I couldn't take that rap for my friends, I shouldn't have been in the high school in the first place. Now, nobody questioned me. My mother didn't question me. Nobody questioned me when I just hammed up and I took that charge for everybody. And then I paid it. I paid the money. Nobody else did. Nobody in the crew paid that. But somebody else in the crew who was there, he gave me a free car, and that free car took $3,600 worth of, you know, cosmetic damage, and I was able to pay for the high school break-in without catching a felony, without betraying any of my friends' trusts, without like selling them out. I protected their fucking interests like a real man should, and like I walked away, you know, completely scot-free because I did the right things. It wasn't right that we broke into the high school, but the anger was appropriate. A couple of us were really angry with our high school because our girlfriends, or the girls that we were in love with anyways, were in bad situations because Waldorf teachers had raped them. And we're now in jail. Both the keyboard teacher and the Shiny Mountain teacher, they went to jail for 20 years, both of them. One for stat rape, the other one for full-blown just forcible rape. And the girls that they did it to ended up being both my best friend for some reason, and he's still friends with her still to this day. I couldn't keep my friendship with B because she moved off to California and I never did see her again and stuff. But T stayed in Colorado and still remains to this day a very close friend of my best friend. And she's a good friend of mine, too. I've known her since she was like 13 years old. Now, I don't talk to her a lot, but she's a good fucking friend of mine. And like, in those girls, they were raped by Waldorf teachers. Now, so and now I didn't know what the anger was when we broke into the school. I didn't know why we were so angry at that school. It was something about drug judgment or something, and the fact that the girls that we were in love with had been raped by Waldorf teachers. But, you know... Oh, damn, he one-shot me. Yeah, honey badgers are like the 4th worst mob in the game or something, whatever. Yeah, is it a honey badger? I think it is. And they fucking kill you. And so, I don't know why I'm telling these stories. I'm just free flow of consciousness and stuff. It, like, those things that we did, they were bad, but I mean, like, but we didn't do it to harm anybody, and we didn't steal anything, and we didn't, and we fixed it afterwards, and the karma fixed afterwards, and my protection of my friends have led to some of the best friendships of our life. But I mean, we look back, I went back and I examined the anger, and I realized what I was angry about was that T and B had both been raped by Waldorf teachers, and it was boiling my blood. I don't think my best friend was that way. I think he was just drunk and was peer pressured into breaking into the high school. But I was there because I was fucking angry at them. I had another friend who was angry at them who had left the school, and I still talk to him. I talked to him like a couple of weeks ago. LH, and then he was there that night, and then my friend Jam was there. He's dead. He was there in the high school break-in. And then another friend of mine who's dead, my friend Christopher, is dead. And unfortunately, 2 of the 5 of us are dead. The other 3 are still here, and 2 of them died young too. Both Christopher and Jan died young, though Jan got to be a little bit older than Christopher did. And I say their full names because they're dead now. It's not like doxing them. They can't probably get pissed at me. I don't think their families would care and stuff. But like, this stuff, it went on to shape who I was and how I dealt with life. And one of the funny things about this is breaking into the high school was a form of hazing. If any of my friends had said no to it, I think Christopher in particular really didn't want to be there, but he also was the craziest one. He was the craziest one, but I don't think Christopher wanted to be there at all. I don't think he had any business being there. He was scared of being there. He was a very fearful man. And while he was the most brash, crazy person I ever met, kind of like Sid and Nancy, or I'm sorry, Sid Sprungston, or is that his name? Sid, yeah, Sid Sprungston, I think his name is. And he was crazy like Sid, and he was like Sid, but the problem was he was also a very fear-based guy, and I don't think he wanted to be there that night during the break-in. But this affected all of our friendships. It was impossible for us to be normal around each other after that, because we all know that there was like unspoken things and fucked up shit, and we shouldn't have been there, and they skated on it and I didn't, and there was all these weird things. So we just didn't really talk about it a lot, but I can freely talk about it on my fucking stream because it was an interesting thing that happened in my life. And it was a form of hazing where I know that Jan and I, and Christopher to a lesser degree, I'm sorry, well, and LH, LH, it was LH and I were really kind of the ones who were into like fucking over that school, because LH hated them for suspending him. I hated them because I was like, just done with them, and I did get expelled. I got expelled for that high school break-in. They expelled me. And I had to finish my high school, education in a public school, even though I was a private school kid, because they did expel me for that, and I got expelled for that. For me, it was a disgrace, but and I never did see a lot of my friends again because I didn't go to school with them again. I went to a public school for a year, and all I had was my band and the band girlfriend, band girlfriends and all this, and best friends girlfriends, and my inner circle, and my people like B and M that were living in the fucking apartment that I lived in, and all this other stuff. And like, and it's weird because like the hazing was why a bunch of my friends were there in that break-in. I think if LH and I had just